Can you, cut my mic on? Oh, there. Can the council come to order, please? All right, I'm just checking, we gotta remember. I don't- Can roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Parton, Vice Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Gore, Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham,
Here.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Joyner,
Here.
Councilor Harris.
Can the persons online hear us? Councilor Gore and Councilor Harris, can you hear us? Did you hear roll call? Hello, IT? The screen says they're here, but I don't, they must can't hear us, I don't know.
She's on mute. Vice Mayor Gore is on mute.
Yeah, I didn't hear you guys doing roll call. I couldn't hear you.
Vice
Okay.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Harris,
Here.
Okay. At this time, we'll take a,
Motion.
explanation of why you're on your status outside of the dais.
I'm calling in from my home because of medical reasons. This is Mike Harris.
Councilor Gore?
All right. Vice Mayor Gore, I'm calling because I'm en route to make it to the meeting.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept them, listening to us, becoming a part of our session tonight?
So move. Second.
Okay, it's been properly, motioned by Councilor Joyner and second by Councilor Holloway. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Joyner.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3. 4-0.
4-0.
4-0.
Okay, thank you. Now we need a motion to go into closed session. If you will, read the motion for me, please.
Move.
Move to go
Okay.
into closed.
Let, Councilor Denton can read it, yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't make a difference. If you want to read it.
Go ahead.
Move to go into closed session, closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including board and commission appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointee and employees of City Council, and VA Code Section 2.2-3711A29 for discussion of the award of public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders, offerers, and discussions of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion is an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilor Joyner. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes, yes, yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, y'all can join us in closed session. We'll be back, audience at 7:30. Thank you so much for your patience.
when they go to the section of the meeting that there you go. Counselors, can you hear me? Yeah. Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Awesome.
Motion's been made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Roll call, please.
Mayor Parton? Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yeah.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
He should be joining us virtually.
Okay.
No.
Counselor Harris, can you hear us?
Counselor Harris?
All right, we'll ask IT to come up and see if they can get him connected, and we're gonna move on. Can you read the certification for closed session,
I
please?
didn't have a book.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting, discussed in closed meeting. Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Is there a motion to extend the meeting to complete regular business?
So move.
Second. Motion is made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Vice Mayor Gore. Roll call, please. Come on, discussion? Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much. Is there a motion for closed session that anyone would like to make? All right. I'm gonna make sure that's on.
Yes.
Howdy.
You need to read something?
Yeah, he has the paper. Counselor Holloway?
In the world, his motion to adopt the contracts.
Yeah, here you go.
What's in there? I did it for you. MOU is 5. This is ridiculous. Okay.
I move to approve the contract modification agreements for the Robert Bob Group for the project management and audit services, financial remediation services for FY 2024 appropriated in FY 2025's budget allocation in the amount of $495,000.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris? Counselor Harris? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much. We are moved out of closed session. Regular meeting is now starting at 8:29. We'll have the the prayer by Pastor Collier, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, led by Counselor Joyner. Please stand.
Let's bow our heads, please. Oh God, we come before you with gratitude. We thank you for being a God of love who is with us now in this very room. You never leave us nor forsake us, and so we thank you for making each of us, every person we meet, every citizen of this city and every city, in your own image with dignity and infinite worth. We thank you for calling us, Lord, given as good stewards of your creation to love our neighbors as ourselves. I thank you tonight, God, for these, your servants, Lord, our vice mayor, our city manager, city staff, and city council members. I give thanks for the way of service that they have chosen to take up on behalf of all of us here. We've all come to this room tonight, God, as complex human beings, carrying burdens, carrying joy and hope, trusting that you alone can hold us together. Oh God, in your love and peace, help us to, Lord, to trust you more than our fears and our wounds and even our accomplishments. May we lean on your strength tonight. God, in your word, you make it clear through your expectations in Psalm 127. Unless the Lord builds the house, the workers who build the house are wasted. Unless the Lord protects the city, guarding it with sentries will do no good. So we pray that you would be glorified tonight through the decisions of this city council. We pray that we would have eyes to see our lives all connected and how common good is upheld when we listen and respond to those most vulnerable among us. We pray that your kingdom would come in Hopewell as it is in heaven, through your power working in each of your servants. May your truth be revealed. May your light shine brighter. May the voices of those silenced be heard loud and clear. Defend their cause, O God, through the governing body tonight. We pray for wisdom, for strength, for courage to do what is right and good for all citizens. May we put the interest of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. May we be good neighbors, recognizing your image in every person here. We thank you again for all those who work to make this place we call home such a wonderful city. And we pray this in the name of Jesus, whose perfect love has set us free from all our fears. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
So moved.
Motion's been made by Counselor Joyner,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Holloway. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yeah.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Motion made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yeah.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. We're going to drop down to information and presentations, financial report by the Robert Bob Group.
Sorry, I was waiting. All right. Hi, good evening. My name is Heather Ness with the Robert Bob Group. In the interest of time, some of the topics that were covered, we will move through. For those of you in the audience, there are people in the
Can you
back.
please make sure that when you're talking, just speak into the microphone?
For those in the audience, yeah. Is it good? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Sorry. For those that are in the audience, there's copies in the back. If anyone would like to follow along and/or take someone home, take them home. All right, the agenda for today is just to give a particular progress report, to go over the Finance Committee recommendations and any items needing council action. Progress to date. The most important thing to notice on the slide is a slight delay in the 2021, and the reason for that, as well as 2022 and 2023. We would like to wait for the 2020 report results to come back before officially uploading the 2021. Obvious reason, if there's an issue with the 2020, we don't want to make the same mistake twice. So we've been working with Dr. Manker and making sure that we're communicating with the external auditors, Robertson, Farmer, Cox. As soon as we hear back for the all clear, we will upload 2021. So right now, we don't have the 2020 back yet. They're a little bit backlogged, but they're working on it. As soon as we do, our ETA for that are estimated. We have already asked for the upload link, so as soon as we're ready, we can upload it. So as soon as we hear, we're good to go. So assuming that there's no substantial adjustments that need to be made as a result of the 2020 audit. But as soon as we hear back and we make sure that there's no substantial adjustments that have to be made, we're ready, and we already have the link to upload it, so there shouldn't be that delay this time. They can get started on the 2021, same thing, rinse and repeat. Once the 2021 comes back, we're just giving them a little bit more time to do the 2021 audit before we upload the 22, et cetera. We're still on target for end of May 31. I just wanted to make note that there is a slight adjustment. The other thing to note is the manual adjustments that are being done. You had heard the conversation about the adjustments for the 250 build up, and those manual adjustments have to be done ahead of things going into the external auditor. This list, the most important thing to note here is that all standard operating procedures are in review. When last I was here, I think we had 8 that weren't yet started. Those are started, they are already in review, and they have been reviewed internally, and they're now in external review. So as we are, for example, pulling through treasurer processes, for example, those have been drafted, reviewed, and they're now in final sign-off with the Treasury Office, which, to be frank, was supposed to happen this week, but our lead has COVID, as you know, so she'll be in hopefully next week. So all 22, as I said, are in review. I wanted to give you a quick update on the ERP consultant. The reason why is I think a couple of sessions ago you approved the 3 modules that were moving forward. We thought we would circle back around so that you knew the implementation date. The long and short of it is that everything we're aiming for a fiscal year 1 start date. So there's a clean start with pooled cash and everything. So as soon as, we'll move forward with July 1, and then if we need to, if there's adjustments, we'll adjust on the back end. But that's the cleanest and best way to do it. Our team meets every week with LaTanya, and also with Tyler, and everyone seems to be on board. We have the plan together. The only thing that we haven't confirmed are the last employee expense reimbursement and the security workflow and separation of duties with LaTanya. I believe the meeting was supposed to be today. I think it got pushed to tomorrow, but we're not anticipating any issues there. Regarding industry reconciliations and the Dewberry report, I can actually say we are close to finalizing the reconciliations. We are hoping to be done this week. We finally have all the data that we need in a start point and a single point of truth. As all of you know, as we've been working through it, there's been multiple levels of truth from multiple systems with multiple perspectives. So based on the decisions that were made regarding what to do with miscellaneous revenue, as well as the single point of truth in the data coming across, we have compiled the reconciliations. When we are working to schedule a meeting with the industry partners, I believe the target is the 2nd week in April. The only reason it's not earlier is that we also have a meeting date for Dewberry, which needs to happen first, and that's scheduled for March 28th in person. Dewberry is confirmed, the industry partners are confirmed. I am not entirely sure public notice has gone out yet. If it hasn't, it will shortly. And that will be coming from the head of the wastewater treatment plant. There are some recommendations that we have made to the wastewater treatment plant and the city manager about management of the Dewberry report. I'm just documenting those for prosperity here. But everything seems to be moving forward. Everyone seems to be working. So we're hoping, by April we can close up the chapter of the longstanding industry report reconciliation issues that have been going on since 2017. Because we've just gone over all of this, I will just leave the paper copies here for the Finance Committee recommendations. Our recommendations, and that there should be a formal agenda open to the public. That is documented here as well. And there's some additional notes regarding the treasurer and the role of the treasurer and the current status of that. This reiterates just the processes that we went through. The last piece here, since this is we just moved this, is the next steps. So one thing I wanted to put a plug in everyone's ear is follow up on the city council advance that we have. I know that there was a meeting today with the city manager regarding the follow-up and pulling those 4 directives down into the city. I haven't yet seen the notes. I just want to make sure that we're following up on all the actions. So taking charge on that would be my ask. Additional moving forward on the pending performance management metrics that we discussed there. The MOU approval, which is moved, and the modifications. The last piece that I wanted to put a bug in your ear on that we haven't discussed is we wanted to respectfully request a 2 to 3 hour working session with everyone at some point in the near future, probably in June, but ahead of, before like the modules all go into production, as an education for you all over here at the City Council about what you can expect when the implementation goes in, how the city has been trained, what it would mean for the financial statements, just so that everyone, including those of you up here, fully understand what all these implementations mean and what those impacts will be starting fiscal year 25, which would be July 1st. The other piece of that is, at that point, I'm assuming we'll have at least 2, if not 3 audits back from Robinson Farmer Cox. If there are any findings or that kind of stuff that we need to discuss, that would be a great time to do that so that we're all together to do that. I tried to put a date out that was far enough out so that we can get something on the books where everyone can attend, but ahead of the July 4th break and that kind of stuff. So that is it.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Are there any questions? Seeing no lights, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Moving on to communications from citizens. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement regarding the rules?
A communication from citizens, period, limited to total time of 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak in any items, on any item scheduled for consideration on a regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the presiding officer. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council. See Rules 405 and 406.
Thank you so much. On the sign-up sheet, we have Mr. Ripley. And please state your full name and your ward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Gore. Ripley Blue, Ward 1. I want to again remind the audience and anybody who's watching online or listening that the Robert Bob Report, the monthly update, can be found at hopewell.gov. If you just type in remediation, you will find that report, and it is well worth reading. It is updated monthly, it is complete, and it has very concise recommendations to the council. And I would like to address one of these recommendations, which relates to transparency around the Finance Committee. It is recommended, this is from the minutes, from the report, it is recommended that the Finance Committee should be restructured to include appropriate oversight participation. These meetings, open to the public, should have summaries presented at City Council. It is my understanding that the reason that we do not have open Finance Committee meetings is that the council has declined to increase the membership of the Finance Committee from 2 to 3. If they were to do so, these would be by ordinance required to be open meetings, and therefore there would be transparent discussion with the community. I urge the council to please reconsider their position on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak tonight that was unable to use the sign-in sheet? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to move forward to public hearings. Madam Clerk? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. My name is Shara Fuller. I live in Ward 5. Recently, I saw on Facebook that there is a community walk coming up that will be happening in our city, and it would be great if we could see some of our city leaders out there actually participating with the city and the citizens in the wards. We know our police will be out there. We know the chief will be out there. We know that they will be there. But you represent us, and I understand if people have health concerns or anything else, please do not put yourself at risk. Please don't, cancel your baby's soccer game or something. Like, your family is important. But if you have the time, these situations where it's national nights out or, community walks and things like that, it would be great to see our leaders out there, especially seeing you in a different form than behind a table, it would be nice to be able to engage with you all, just regular people, because you're a people. And we would like to be able to have those better settings than coming to you fussing about something else and something else and something else as you're constantly being fussed at. And being true to myself, I just got to say, I pray for Hopewell. I pray for you all, because I know that God ordained the positions that are being held in different positions, and the position that you hold is not a light one. But I do also know that in that, there's a certain ordinance that has to be followed from God, and it's ordained, and you're supposed to do certain things. And I hope that everyone sees that and appreciates what you're trying to do, but as to also on your side, that you, as the pastor said, please heed and do what's supposed to be done. And we kind of need that both sides, where we can be a little bit more understanding to you. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I wasn't in that meeting. But you also don't know what's happening out here, away from everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to move on to public hearings. Madam Clerk, please read the statement while our first presenter comes to the podium.
All persons addressing council shall step to the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one may address council more than one per meeting, unless granted permission by the presiding officer. Speakers address council as a body, not individual councilors. Questions are asked of the councilors and staff through the presiding officer. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in the council chamber may be reprimanded by the presiding officer and removed from the meeting upon a majority vote of councilors present, excluding any councilor who is the subject of the motion. See Rules 405 and 406.
Thank you so much, Director Ward.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight's first public hearing was brought to you back in February. We did a work session on this particular application on February 13th. So technically tonight's presentation is first reading. It's a right-of-way vacation request for public right-of-way that's adjacent to 514 Monroe Street. Some details. The right-of-way in question is between parcels 0780010 and 0801165. The approximate size of this requested vacation is 1,533 square feet, located in Ward 1, zoned R2. So the applicant is Ms. Bowling, and she's requested the city to vacate this portion shown here on the map. It's outlined in red. What you see in green, and Councilor Pelham, I updated these maps from the work session, so hopefully you can figure, it's easier to see exactly what I'm talking about. But in green is where the public right-of-way is. That's the unimproved city right-of-way, which serves as an alley. And the portion that's outlined in red is the portion being requested by Ms. Bowling. You see the yellow stars. Those are the two parcels that she owns on either side.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So again, this is just another map showing the same situation, that T-shaped public right-of-way. The department did receive one written comment, and it was from a neighboring property owner. You can see the blue star indicates that property, where that particular person did not want any portion of the right-of-way to be vacated that would hinder their access to the rear of their property. I'm going to back up here and just show you that the requested vacation will not hinder that particular property owner's access to their property. Through this review process, Public Works, Water Renewal did identify the fact that there are two sanitary sewer lines that run through this particular portion of the right-of-way, and they ultimately did agree to the vacation and don't have a problem with it as long as the city executes a deed of easement with Ms. Bowling, which would allow the city to retain access to those sewer lines for any maintenance purposes. So staff recommends approval of the vacation request with the requirement that a deed of easement be executed with the property owner and the city. Planning Commission also recommended with a 3-to-1 vote for that same recommendation. Again, we received that one, only that one written comment from a neighboring property owner that just did not want the vacation to occur if access to the rear of their property was going to be affected, which it will not be. I'm available for any questions if anybody has any. This is a first reading and a public hearing, but since we did this at a work session, I am asking for action this evening.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Counselor Holloway?
I was gonna make a motion, not the questions, but I
All right.
forgot we got it.
Any questions? Seeing no lights, public hearing is open. Is there anyone signed up to speak to the public hearing? Anyone in the audience would like to speak? All right, seeing none. Public hearing is closed. Counselor Holloway, and then Counselor Denton.
I'd like to make the motion to approve the vacation as stated by Mr. Director Ward with the, what did you request for?
The easement requirement?
With the easement requirement, Ed.
Second that.
Motion's been made
And
by
to be-
Counselor
And to be
Holloway.
approved by,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and to be approved in the first reading.
Motion's been made to approve the request with the amendment stated by staff upon first reading. Counselor Holloway, is that what you said?
Yes.
Do you
second
second
that.
that?
Yes.
Okay, so Counselor Joyner still seconds it. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Moving on to the
Thank you.
second public hearing.
Vice Mayor, members of council, tonight's second public hearing regards a conditional use permit application as it relates to 804 Kenwood Avenue. Again, this was presented to you back on February 13th as a work session item. This was technically your first reading, and I will be asking for action. The applicant for this conditional use permit is Ms. Joaquima Avandere. The request specifically is to allow the use of an accessory building on her property to be used as an accessory apartment. This particular property is located in Ward 7, zoned R2. A CUP for this very use of using a detached accessory structure as an accessory apartment was approved back in June 2020 to a previous owner. When this property was sold to Ms. Avandere, there was some confusion in terms of communication as to whether she was supposed to reapply because, again, the situation had changed. She became a new owner, and our ordinance states that a family member, either over the age of 55 or handicapped, must be the person that lives in this accessory apartment. So after we got all that straightened out with Ms. Avandere, she has, it's the result of tonight as the submission of the CUP application. In the presentation here, we've got some pictures just of the property itself. And then the inset picture is a property of the accessory structure. It was originally constructed as an apartment, has always been used as an apartment, and has been inspected by city building officials, so it meets all building code. Under the ordinance, or this particular R2 ordinance, the applicant must certify that the apartment will be occupied by a related family member 55 years of age or handicap. The applicant must acknowledge that if that particular family member was to vacate that apartment, that the structure could no longer be used as an apartment unless another family member meeting those criteria were to move in. The ordinance also requires that the applicant demonstrate that there is sufficient off-street parking. In the case of Ms. Avandre and her relative, who happens to be her aunt that lives in the accessory structure, the aunt does not drive, so she does not have a vehicle. Therefore, we do not have any parking concerns. Staff recommends the approval of this particular CUP request. Again, your council approved this back in 2020, so this is essentially a reapproval. For the accessory apartment to be, accessory structure at 804 Kenwood Avenue to be used as an accessory apartment to be occupied by a family member over the age of 55. The R2 ordinance requires an annual verification, and that will be done administratively. Planning Commission recommended approval back on their January 11th meeting. It was a 4-0 vote. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Any questions? You have a question, Councilor Holloway?
Yes, could you explain to me what's the age restriction for? The home on Kenwood, is that located behind like where Partners is and stuff?
The age restriction comes straight out of our ordinance, and I'll be honest with you, that's a rather antiquated way of dealing with accessory apartments. It's just an old way of the way that ordinances used to deal with that age restriction. So that's where it comes from.
I apologize, I don't follow. I don't understand.
I'm sorry, then I may have misunderstood your question.
I'm saying, but
Where's
why
it-
is that a thing, I guess? Why is it even an age restriction? What is it about that accessory apartment that makes it necessary for age restriction, I guess?
That's a good question, and honestly, I can't answer that. It's been in the ordinance for so long, I don't even know why it's there. There's some question that comes under some fair housing issues that make me
Right, that's
question
why
whether it even should. I mean,
Correct.
personally, I don't think it should be there in our ordinance, but it is. I can guess that it's probably in there to manage using accessory structures as apartments. And if you limit it to simply a family member or an older family member, you can minimize things like parking if you have multiple vehicles or something of that nature. That's the only thing I can really guess. But it's in our ordinance, and therefore we are required to follow it.
Yeah, it does seem a little antidated and unnecessary.
Agreed.
Any other questions? Seeing no lights, public hearing is open. Is there anyone signed up? Anyone from the audience that would like to speak? Seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Would anyone like to entertain a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve it, but vacating that age limit, I just don't see the necessity.
Point of information, I think just point of information for the city attorney. We can just approve or deny it since it still is a part of the law. We can't make an exception to
That's
that.
on the DSO now.
We have
You
to
can't-
change the law.
City council.
We would have to do a separate zoning amendment to remove the age
I wasn't talking
requirement.
about. Oh, I thought.
It's not a condition set forward by staff. It's
Gotcha.
actually in the ordinance
Okay,
as a
well, in that case,
requirement.
I guess we're approving, and I try to bring that back later because it just seems necessary.
So your
But I approve
motion
it
is
as,
to approve?
I'll make the motion to approve it as is.
Second that.
Motion's been made by Council Holloway to approve the conditional use permit for 804 Kenwood as is, correct?
Correct.
Motion's been made by Council Holloway, seconded by Council Joyner. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Council Denton,
Yes.
Council Pelham, Council Holloway,
Yes.
Council Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ward.
Thank you.
Moving on to regular business, we have R1, school zone speed limit enforcement by camera. City manager.
I'm sorry, let me get there. Tonight, we have the police chief, and a guest to, introduce the school zones, camera request. The chief is here to set up the introduction about what the cameras would do, and possibly ask council for action of the approval of the speed camera monitoring speeding in school zones.
Okay.
All right, chief?
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, Madam City Manager, Madam City Attorney. Tonight, I come before City Council with a recommendation to approve of the photo speed monitoring cameras that has automatic vehicle recognition and real-time automatic and recording technology. The cameras are recommended to be installed in the school zones located at Hopewell High School, Carter G. Woodson Elementary School, and Harry E. James Elementary School, and operational during the morning and afternoon drop-offs and pickup of students. The purpose of this recommendation is to improve traffic-related conditions for students, pedestrians, bus drivers, school staff, and commuters. I would like to introduce you to Mr. Marty Plank. He's the Vice President of Sales and Government Relations of Ultimate Safe Communities and Smart Solutions to inform you more about the technology. And before he comes before you, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
All right, thank you, Chief. Just to remember, Madam Clerk, we have a 10-minute presentation limit, so we'll just have to keep time to make sure we save time for questions.
Quick.
Would you mind going to where it says ultimate? It's the actual, and I'll get rolling. Thanks, Chief. Yeah, it was up a second ago.
It's like one more slide up.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, we'll go from this one and we'll keep rolling. Is that cool? All right. Well, thanks everyone for having me tonight. I will keep it short, but I want to make sure that I leave enough time, so you'll probably have some questions that I want to answer, okay? My name is Marty Plank. I am the VP of Sales for Ultimate. Ultimate is based in Lanham, Maryland, but I am a resident of Richmond, Virginia, so I am local. Grew up in Hampton Roads, so I've been in the Commonwealth for a long time. Ultimate is a automated traffic enforcement company. We are going to talk about school zone enforcement tonight, but we also do other forms of automated traffic enforcement also. We were awarded the most promising smart city solution provider in 2023. You can go to the next slide. I got the logo right, so we can keep going. Okay. So the problem, and you'll see in some of the speed studies that we conducted in Hopewell, the real issue is when people are speeding, if a pedestrian or a student or anyone gets struck by a vehicle that's going 20 miles an hour or less, they have a 90% chance of survival. If they're going over 30 miles an hour, they have a 50% chance. And if they're going over 40, they have a 10% chance. It's pretty devastating. And you will see, most school zones are probably 25 miles an hour. So when they get a ticket from us, they're at least going 10 miles over the speed limit. So they're going pretty fast. You can go to the next slide. Okay. So let me talk about school zone enforcement. The law 46.2.882.1. So if you have a school zone enforcement program at any school, we are required by the law to place a sign within 1,000 feet of that school zone. to ensure that the public knows that school photo enforcement's taking place. Okay, so there is a warning even before the flashing lights. Enforcement limit is at least 10 miles an hour or more over the speed limit. We cannot issue a citation, anything less than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. The fines cannot exceed over $100. It is a civil penalty, so it won't count against your driving record or your DMV record. Okay? The vendor's paid on goods and services provided, not anything from a monetary value. So if you decide to do a school zone program, what we would do is we would do an extensive public information campaign. That's the biggest thing, is to let everyone in Hopewell, outside Hopewell, everybody that comes through your city, they need to know that you have photo enforcement in your school zone. So we will assist with that public information campaign. That's vital. That's vital. The other piece too is a 30-day warning period. So when we start a program, we will not issue citations right away. We'll do a 30-day warning period. So if you are 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, we're going to give you a warning. You'll get a citation. It's a warning. You don't have to pay it, but it's kind of a public information campaign to let you know you were speeding in the school zone. So Hopewell, we conducted a speed study at 4 different locations. Okay, so you can go to the next slide. I'll show you the results of those. So as we speak now, man, my eyesight's terrible. I think I know most of these logos, but these are current jurisdictions, counties, and cities that are under contract and enforcing school zones as we speak. Petersburg, the city of Suffolk, the city of Harrisonburg, Greene County, the town of Hurt, Winchester, Portsmouth, and Alta Vista. There is one other, Albemarle County just signed a contract with us probably about 3 weeks ago for school zone enforcement. All right, next slide. Ooh, that one's hard to read. So if you, can you guys see this on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you can kind of read the quotes. These are live, active programs. And I think the key to this is if you look at the right side, the graph, that first top slide, that graph, that's a work zone that's live in Suffolk. You can see the dramatic decrease in speeding once we put our cameras into the work zone. Go back one more. Just go back to that slide real quick. I can talk through it. So the other piece too is the one below that is a school zone. That school zone is, you'll see a dramatic decrease in speeding too. I think it's an elementary school. They went from, I'm guessing, 900 violations to a little over 200 probably. And you can read the quotes. Those are direct quotes from whether it's the city manager, the mayor, Public Works. The program is working. They notice speeding in their city it's working as far as, the numbers going down. So, yep, there you go. You can go to the next slide. Not that one. Yep, there you go. Same thing in Harrisonburg, another work zone. The reason we use this is because it's just a huge amount of citations and violations in that work zone. But once again, another example of a huge decrease in speeding. All right, we'll go to the next slide. All right. So this is a daily average. We did a 3-day speed study. Man, I can hardly see that. So Carter Wood was one of the worst. Say it again.
Carter Woods.
Oh, sorry. They had over 500 violations in one day, which is
Wow.
I've seen worse, but that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Same thing at the high school too. I mean, those numbers are huge. Over 100 per day. The daily average was, I think the number on the far right is over 800 per day.
Wow.
These are folks going 10 miles over the posted speed limit while kids are getting dropped off and picked up. Okay?
Wow.
I did put a little note at the bottom, which kind of stood out to me. During the 3-day speed study, when the yellow flashing lights weren't on and the speed limit went back up, we found that there were over 1,000 vehicles going 21 miles an hour over the speed limit. That means they're going 55 or more. That's pretty fast. So the numbers speak for themselves. So yeah. And you may see this with if you drive through some of these school zones, you may recognize that. I have learned that, you know, I might think somebody's speeding and they're not speeding, but the radar definitely will tell you if they're speeding. So, all right, next slide. Like I said before, we will work with you on a community enhancement strategy. We will, if you've seen these speed programs throughout the Commonwealth, you'll see that there's Facebook posts, there's Instagram. We're going to let the parents know. We're going to let everybody know when these cameras go live. Next slide. And those are just examples of, you know, print, video. We have plenty of different items that we can utilize with the city. All right. Next slide. I think that's it.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Is there a motion, Counselor Pelham?
Question first. Ask the question.
Yes, we can ask a question.
Any question?
I'll make a
Huh?
motion.
Motion first, supposed to have a discussion. Motion.
I make a motion that we approve
Something I can't hear.
I can hear.
the installation of photo speed monitoring camera devices in school zones to deter motorists from speeding in school zones.
Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham to approve.
Second that.
Okay, sorry, Counselor Holloway beat you to it. So motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, second by Counselor Holloway. Questions and discussion? Good, Counselor Pelham. Counselor Harris, I can get you after Counselor Pelham.
Will the cameras pick up anything else besides speeding?
No, ma'am.
And so it has to be a motion.
All it captures is, it will only capture a vehicle that's actually speeding, and it only captures the license plate.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Harris and Counselor Denton.
If you want to comment that this is a good program right here, I have several tickets. I lived in Temple Hills, Maryland for the past 20 years, and I know that it causes me to drive under 20 everywhere I go because those cameras are efficient and they send you a ticket in the mail. And I am for it totally. I just want to make that comment.
Thank you very much, Counselor Harris. Counselor Denton?
Just got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know we're getting ready to start working on the 24-25 budget. Is there a cost involved with these?
It's a great question.
And if so, how many and what is the amount?
Great question. It's a simple answer. There is no cost to the city.
There's no
ever.
cost.
No. We have a Virginia Cooperative Agreement that most of those jurisdictions are writing that agreement. And in that agreement, there is a cost neutral part of that agreement. So in a perfect world, this is about reducing speeding. So if we got to a point where every single school never had one speeder, you'll never pay a dime for the program. It's 100% violator funded. So you will not pay a dime.
So we won't be anything,
Would you won't pay anything, no.
but the speeders will pay something.
If they are going over the speed limit
20
by 10 miles an hour, they will get a citation for $100. They will have the opportunity to, there's three things they can pay. They can request court, or they can, if they say they weren't driving the car, we do a transfer of liability to the person that was.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions
Good question.
or comments? Is there anyone interested in amending the motion to allow the city manager to sign and execute the agreement?
So moved.
Yes.
So moved.
Motion's on the floor to approve the use of the speed zone camera enforcements. I'm sorry, school zone speed limit enforcement cameras, and to authorize the manager to sign and execute the agreement. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Drive safely.
And thank you, Captain.
No
Thank you
pun
for having me.
intended.
Thank you. Be careful.
All right.
Don't speed. Don't speed.
R2, please.
Vice Mayor Gore, member, City Council, tonight we have R2, which is towing ordinance. Some background on this is that the Virginia Code 46.2/1217 requires Hopewell City Council to create a tow advisory board and to adopt an ordinance which regulates towing services. So tonight before you, you have an ordinance that's in your packet that the city attorney has drafted for your review. And tonight, the police chief is asking for approval on that ordinance so he can move forward with towing contracting services within the city of Hopewell.
Counselor Pelham?
How do you choose the towing company, or will the advisory board who would they make a recommendation to adopt the towing company? Or will it rotate? I know it's done different ways in the past.
Well, the issue is that the towing contracts has expired. And what we are doing is we have to have this ordinance passed in order to update the contracts, and the tow operators will have to apply to be a part of the on-call rotation for the record services.
And do you contact all the towing companies in Hopewell or just certain ones? Or how do y'all do that? How you solicit people coming in to be a contractor?
Well, the notice is sent out to any interested person that's interested to be a part of the tow rotation for the city of Hopewell.
So if anybody apply, they get a chance to,
Yes, ma'am.
and then y'all rotate it.
Yes, once they apply, then the contract is signed by them, that they will go on a tow rotation. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? There are no lights, so I am passing the gavel to Counselor Denton. It says, is my question and comments to city attorney and city manager. The state law says prior to adopting an ordinance or entering into an agreement pursuant to this section, the local governing body shall appoint an advisory board to advise the governing body with regard to the appropriate provisions of the ordinance or terms of the contract. The advisory board shall include representatives of law enforcement agencies, towing, recovery operators, and general public. We don't have a board established.
Yes, ma'am. So I've been working with the chief on this too, because we had to kind of do all this kind of backdated. So what the chief has done, he's found 7 volunteers to serve on a towing advisory board. If council would elect to establish a tow advisory board, of course, the purpose of the towing advisory board would be to make sure that council is aware of the status of contracts as well as any other issues so that the city of Hopewell could comply with the law. So he has found 7 people, 3 of which are Hopewell Police Department representatives, including Chief Taylor. We have Officer Michael Reed David and Captain Trevor Terry. There's a general public member who is a Hopewell resident. I believe her name is Sophie Beekendorf. And then there are 3 members of various Hopewell towing companies who work locally, all of which comply with the 46.2-1217.
Okay, so I'll just say, City Council has to adopt a resolution to establish a towing board.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, with the requirements, and then we have to, you have recommendations, there's recommendations, but we still need to promote it and advertise for it to be fair. If council supports this, then we need to get the resolution at our next meeting to be able to establish the board and to have the clerk's office update our TBR.
There's a resolution that I drafted.
This is for the towing agreement. I don't see.
Not for the agreement, but we talking about needs to be a resolution for
To
the
establish
there was
board.
there was a resolution that I drafted in preparation for today, so that City Council could establish a towing advisory board. May not be in your package.
I don't see it in the
No,
packet. That's what.
that's not in there.
So you're still not gonna be able to have the towing board because we still have the vote to approve it.
Okay.
So
Well, this is the first reading.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor. So council can obviously vote to adopt it at the second reading if it's so elect, but I will echo the chief's comments is that all of this work was done so that obviously the towing contracts could be reestablished. They've been out of date for a little while. like more than 6 months, so.
Well, so the other comment, thank you guys for your hard work. The other comment I would say is, this duty and function was held in the council clerk's office to avoid conflict of interest. We talked about this in the back and we asked for it to move to the city attorney's office because it's contracting.
Yes, ma'am.
And here in this agreement, it has the updates to be given to the police department, and some other things. So, I mean, council needs to consider, again, keeping this as a legal, because if this was a legal item, it probably wouldn't have lapsed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I know it was not your fault because it was change over between, I don't even know how it got shifted to police department because council didn't know it could happen until we recently found out. So thank you again for working, both of you guys, to get this up to speed. But I just want to make sure that we are still thinking about this being a legal item that the city attorney manages. And then my other point of comment is under 1.3, it says input from City of Hopewell Towing Advisory Board, if active, will be considered. My caution here is if they're not active, it should be city council. Like someone,
Okay.
There needs to be checks and balances because we have issues with towing contracts.
We can certainly add that language.
But again, I defer to council in regards to who you want to be the keeper of this. But again, I just caution that the next agenda packet, we make sure we get the city attorney's resolution included in there. I'm sorry it wasn't added.
No, it's okay. No, sorry.
And I'm not sure who was first. It was Pelham or Holloway.
I just, so after we vote on this resolution, we still have to advertise for the,
Ordinance.
say again?
It's an ordinance.
No, he's saying.
No,
for
the resolution.
adopting to
After
create
we
the board.
advertise for the resolution, we
Okay.
still have to receive the, what do you call those
Applications.
things?
You have to
Talent
establish
bank.
the
TS,
board.
the talent bank, talent bank,
Resumes.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. Would you have the people that you have fill out a talent bank resume and give it to the clerk
Yes, ma'am.
for our review?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, and you don't have to have this tonight, right?
No.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The city attorney, if I understand you correctly, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we could pass this on first reading and on second reading, have the resolution prepared with the TBRs in order to get this done.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
what you're saying we can do
That's correct.
for council's consideration?
To consider passing it tonight?
On first reading,
The
and then
ordinance.
during second reading, she
Oh.
have the resolution for the towing board and the TBRs.
So I'll make the motion to approve it, the towing ordinance on the first reading and approve of the creation of the towing advisory board.
But we
on-
can't do that. I thought you
On the
just read.
second reading after we reviewed the TBRs.
Point of information. I thought the clarification you gave said that we could not approve this until the board was done. What you read, established.
Correct, but this is on first reading. So we have to have a second reading to really make it be approved. So this is just to help to get the ball rolling.
No, I'm sorry. Actually, Madam Vice Mayor, let me correct something. 46.2-1217 does say that prior to adopting the ordinance,
Right.
the board
So
has to
we're-
be established.
Yep, okay.
So we can read it, we can, I move it to the next regular city council meeting. It's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
And I'll have the
Throw my
resolution.
all right. So we'll table this matter into the next regular meeting. Is there a motion?
So move.
So move. I mean, no, second.
There's a motion made by Counselor Joyner to table this item into the next regular scheduled meeting, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Any other discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please. Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Information, can I call that now?
Yes.
Not during roll call.
Not doing
Oh.
roll call.
Okay.
Counselor
Just
Holloway?
postpone it to next week.
It's just moving
It's
it
just
to the
to table
regular
it to
next meeting.
Oh, what, okay, yes.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yeah.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, Chief. And just make sure the clerk's office gets the information, and you guys circle back to him to make sure you get the resolution and the TBRs in our packet.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to R3, health insurance renewal, city manager, and also presenter, 10-minute limit for presentations and questions.
Vice Mayor Gore, members of City Council, we have the Director of Human Resources, Yoska Smith, here to present the local choice healthcare rates for upcoming FY25 budget.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. I have here with me Mary from One Digital, and she'll be presenting the PowerPoint.
All right, good evening. In front of you, on the first slide is the renewal summary. So the local choice renewal is coming in at a 6.9% increase. That is for the active employees as well as any retirees that are not 65 yet, so pre-65 folks. You also have Medicare eligible retirees who are on a separate plan. And their premiums will be increasing from $211 to $218 a month. Based off of our analysis, we are agreeing that the TLC renewal is fair. After our assessment of the renewal and the claims data, we actually were projecting the increase to come somewhere in around 10%. So we feel that the 6.9% that you're receiving from Local Choice is fair. Moving on to page 3. So we have two options when it comes to the increase and how to handle that. Option A would be to take the 6.9% and share that with the employees. So by doing that, the impact to the city, the increase would be $266,124, and the impact to the employees would be $63,756. The option B, the second option, which is on page 4, is reflects the city absorbing the entire increase. So you can see the total increase of the $329,880 would be absorbed by the city, and the employees' premiums would remain flat, keeping the same plans that you have today. I also want to point out on page 5, there are some enhancements to the plans effective July 1st. The first piece is for those folks participating in the high deductible health plan that can be partnered with a health savings account. The deductibles are changing from $3,000 for an individual to $6,000 for anybody who covers themselves and a dependent. Those will be increasing to $3,200 for individual and $6,400 for anybody who covers themselves and a dependent. It's important to note that that change is dictated by the IRS. So this isn't something that the city is imposing nor TLC. This is in an effort to remain compliant by offering a high deductible plan with that health savings account. The other two benefits, effective July 1st, folks under the age of 18 will have access to hearing coverage, which I think is a huge benefit. Today, they don't have any access to any coverage for hearing aids or devices. So anybody who is under the age of 18 will be eligible per year a $1,500 balance or toward a benefit towards their devices every 24 months. The other change is the Future Moms program that is currently in place with Local Choice is being replaced by Building Healthy Families. And that's actually expanding its footprint because today the Future Mom program only supports women who are currently expecting, where the Building Healthy Families expands it to folks who are pre-conception, also through their pregnancy, but also post-delivery. So it's expanding the resource to more people from a coaching perspective and availability to a registered nurse. So on the last side, the recommendation is to continue with Local Choice with the 3 plans that you currently offer. And we are also recommending that the city absorb the increase and keep the employee premiums flat. Any questions?
Any questions? See no lights, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the absorption of.
Councilor Holloway. We wrote a motion down.
Huh?
We wrote a motion down we gave to Councilor Joyner.
Oh, I apologize. I
That's
didn't.
the MOU.
That's the MOU?
No, that's
Okay,
the
making
MOU.
sure. Okay, making sure.
Remember, we didn't have one for this one.
You're on it.
Okay.
See there?
So my bad. I
accept
saw
your
I was like,
I'm the MOU.
I move that we approve the renewal increase for the health insurance with the absorption of the additional $63,756.
That's option B, right?
Yes, that's option B.
Could you read option B for the record, into the record, as presented in option B?
As presented in option B.
Counselor Holly made the motion to approve the city's health insurance renewal with the city absorbing the cost of $60-something thousand and option B as stated.
Let me, is this an exact number?
The 329
The 329
329?
in option B.
Option B.
Oh, what a total three?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the different, absorbing the.
For the employees.
So
That's
you're
included
basically
in
absorbing the
option B.
entire increase.
Let me say it with that. Let me restate my motion with absorbing the full $329,880.
Counselor Holly made a motion for the city to approve the health insurance renewal with the city absorbing the full cost of the
$29,880.
as stated in plan option B.
To second that.
Motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Any other discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much. You have a
Thank
great
you.
night.
You too.
Moving on to R4 harassment policy amendments, City Manager.
Vice Mayor Gore and members of council, tonight, the Human Resources Director, Yoska Smith, will be presenting the Human Resources Policy and Procedural Manual. This request came from Councilor Pelham. However, tonight we will be introducing to you a workplace harassment policy. There are several policies that we think were high priority, so we will not be starting at the beginning of the book. However, I would like to propose that a committee be set up with maybe one or two council members along with the HR director and myself to meet regularly to go over the policies page by page, because a lot of these policies require input from an attorney. And so to read the policy throughout the regular meeting session, it will be fruitful if we can go over those policies, bring those changes back, and then approve as to whether or not that policy needs to go out to an employment manager for review upon the approval of the city council. So tonight we will review the harassment policy because it has already had its an review with an employment attorney. And so these changes mimic the current law. And so we're starting with the harassment policy. But after tonight, I would like to propose a committee be set up to review the policy, the HR manual, ongoing from.
All right, Director Smith.
Good evening again. Can you hear me? I'm short.
You can actually move the,
Yeah.
I mean, let's say made it stationary, you can pick it up, yeah.
Right there. Okay, good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Tonight, we are just requesting for updates on the harassment policy. Sands Anderson updated the policy in 2022. So the main changes, and those are the highlights of the policy. The harassment policy should prohibit harassment based on any protected classification, including sexual harassment. The reason that that's important is because right now the manual has sections 5 and 6, two different chapters. And so what Sands Anderson said is Sexual harassment is a part of harassment, so it does not need to sit alone and stay in its own chapter, so we can combine them. Since harassment is addressed in 5.3, the recommendation is to combine EEO and harassment sections 5 and 6. So with the next slide, please. Section 5.1, the left slide is the current policy with the edits, and then the recommended one is on the right side. I also provided you guys with a final draft of what the clean copy looks like, so you should have that. Section 5.1 is just language update, and again, Sands Anderson is the one that approved it. The same with section 5.3, and then the only significant change is 6.3, which again, section 6 is being eliminated and it's being added to section 5. The only big change on that is that right now the policy has employees reporting harassment to their supervisors, and their supervisors investigate the claims, and that should not be the case. All harassment cases should come to HR or the city manager. And they should not just go to the director. They should be absolutely reported to Human Resources. So that's section 3, draft 5.4. And those are the major changes. Do you guys have any questions?
Counselor Pella?
Is there something in every office to tell a person who to report harassment charges to?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Is there something in every office in the city hall or in the city, throughout the city, where a person, the point of contact for any harassment issues? How to file a complaint? Who do they contact?
I don't think we have anything at every location. I know that every new hire that comes on board, that's a part of our orientation in the policies and procedures that we give them. But that is something that we can look into.
Yeah, I'm just a sheet of paper to say as point of contact for any equal opportunity harassment complaint, please report to HR. And if the person is HR that's harassing, who do they report to? Or the city manager, who would that person go to?
If it's the city manager, well, technically harassment should be reported to the city manager and HR. If they are not comfortable with that, they can go to the city attorney, they can go to council, they can go to someone else if we're the harassers.
Why do they go to the city manager?
The city manager is my supervisor, so if HR is...
I know, but I'm saying normally they will come to you first.
Correct.
They wouldn't go to her. Okay, unless the complaint is against her. If the complaint is against her, they still can come to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And every year they acknowledge this chapter, every employee, or how often do they have to acknowledge I have received a copy of the Equal Opportunity Workplace Harassment Policy?
Right now, we currently do not have an annual update. We are working on that. We have learned that we're getting ready to roll out where we'll be able to provide annual trainings, and that would be something that we can incorporate with that.
But on this sheet of paper in the back, it still has department director. You gonna take that out? It say I may contact the human resources manager or my department director if I have questions about the policy.
Yes.
So you said you're gonna take that out, right?
Yes.
Any other questions? I see no lights, so I'm passing the gavel. I'll say thank you for doing this, for certain. I'll say, like 2 years ago, council was made aware about some serious allegations for sexual harassment in the fire department. And that only was brought to our attention because someone went to the city attorney. So if you can go back a slide, it led to an investigation, a massive investigation with the whole entire department. And there was some conflicts of interest with the HR office. And so my concern here is to be immediately report to Human Resources. I think we should add or the city attorney to make sure it's written that people know that they have that ability. You said it verbally, but it's not in writing. So I think that we should add that in there. Because again, we were only made aware because someone went to the city attorney, and the city attorney did an investigation without including the manager or the HR office. It was independent and came to council. So I think that's really important to add. And then the other thing I would say to Councilor Pelham's point, you said you could add it. I think this should be required annual training or notification that is sent out. So if a motion is made to approve this with the amendment, I would suggest that someone consider requiring it to be sent out every year.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it was a big deal about 2 years ago, and I'm glad. I'm actually pretty shocked to see that this wasn't addressed already. But thank you for having the knowledge, and thank you, Dr. Menker and city attorney, for doing this as well.
Thank you.
With that, can I make the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your work, ma'am, and city manager as well. I'd like to make a motion that we approve this part of the Human Resources Handbook, Chapter 5 and Chapter 6 Consolidated Workplace Harassment Policy. And also to add that an annual review of all employees will be done, updated on an annual basis. They read it again so they can reinforce the understanding.
Motion's been made by Councilor Pelham and seconded by Councilor Joyner. Any other discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank
And it wasn't 6-0. Councilor Holloway was excused, so just put 5-0, make a note that he wasn't present.
Vice Mayor Gore, I would like to ask the council, would they consider creating a committee to address HR policies as we go along, policy to policy?
I'll
Yeah.
volunteer. I'll volunteer.
Yeah, we already have that for the next discussion in closed session.
Okay.
Moving on to R5, approval of the treasurer's MOU. Dr. Menker?
City Council, before you, we have the standing MOU between the treasurer and the city of Hopewell. The finance department is centralizing all functions, and so today, the city staff is recommending that the city approve the MOU between, or the MOA between the treasurer office and the city of Hopewell, pending the hiring of an accountant for the finance department.
Okay, members of city council discussed this in closed session.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Councilor Joyner.
I'd like to make a motion that council approve the MOA between the treasurer's office and the city of Hopewell, bringing the accountant under finance until the city hires an accountant and is trained for the finance department.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Joyner, seconded by Councilor Pelham for the city to approve the MOA with city and the treasurer's office, and for the accountant to work with us in the finance department until the city hires an accountant that is hired and trained. Any other discussion or comments or questions? See no lights, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Moving on to R6.
Mr. Ward.
There's a lot of changes. This needs to be a work session.
I love this.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. I just wanted to introduce Ms. Kelly Davis. She's our senior planner. She'll be giving the presentation this evening about the zoning ordinance amendment. You may recall the mayor requested last year that the office, with the support of Councilor Joyner, that our office take a look at combining our two architectural review oversight boards into one, which is pretty much a standard everywhere. It has taken us quite a bit of time because those two boards were housed in individual ordinances, and so Ms. Davis has been working real hard for quite a few months to pull this all together. She's going to be presenting this to you tonight as your first reading, and then we'll come back to you at a later date for you to take action. Kelly Davis, Senior Planner, thank you.
Make sure y'all can hear me here. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. Just give me one moment here. Correct. Yes. All right, here we go. Thank you so much for having me here tonight to discuss these zoning ordinance amendments. This is your first reading, as Director Ward had indicated, and there will be plenty of time for questions. There's a lot of material to cover, so I'll try to move through it at a high level and then be able to work through any questions that you all have. I'll give a brief background, talk about the scope of the update, go into each individual changes for each article, and then recommendations and next steps. As Director Ward indicated, we have two historic districts that are subject to architectural review. That's your B1 district, your downtown area, and then the Tourist Historic Zoning District, which covers the City Point area. Each district has its own architectural review body. That is the Downtown Design Review Committee in the B1 and the Architectural Review Board in the TH1 district. I want to confirm and clarify that architectural review and approval is for exterior changes only, and it does not include things on the interior of the house or things that are not visible from the right-of-way, which does include alleys. That approval is in the form of a certificate of appropriateness. That is what is issued by that board or body, and so you may hear that term or see that term in the ordinances before you. For reference, the area in yellow and blue in this map is the zoning district that is B1 here in our downtown area. And then the area in purple is the City Point area identified as the TH1 zoning district. For the update, as Mr. Ward mentioned, it took quite a bit to create this ordinance because we have two different zoning districts that we're trying to combine those review duties into one. In order to accomplish this, I'm proposing a new article, Article 23 on historic preservation, to consolidate those review responsibilities into a new administration article. In addition to the updates to create a new historic preservation article, the Downtown Design Review Committee, and in concert with Economic Development, identified other issues with the B1 zoning district that we have tried to address and remedy as a Band-Aid or stopgap measure until a more comprehensive update of the zoning ordinance can be completed. We've also done some minor changes to the Tourist and Historic District, TH1, as well as added new definitions to address some immediate needs for economic development purposes in the B1 district. In the historic preservation article, again, this is a new article. It outlines requirements for historic districts generally and establishes the Architectural Review Board as the primary and only review body for architectural review in both historic districts. It also, one advantage of this approach is that it creates a framework for future historic districts. The comprehensive plan identifies specific areas in the city that could potentially be eligible in the future following specific requirements set in state code. And it also creates a framework to identify or future adopt individually protected landmark properties that may be located outside of a historic district. In addition, we've addressed some deficiencies in best practices. For instance, our current ordinance does not address the relocation of historic structures, so we've added that criteria. And another best practice is to allow resident appeal of demolitions if they were to be approved by the ARB, and citizens could come and have their say before City Council in order to appeal that. The changes in the B1 downtown zoning district, there's a number of changes. In terms of uses, we really need an overhaul of the uses in the B1 district, but there are several active economic development prospects that are currently either prohibited or extremely limited that the Economic Development Director and Downtown Design Review Committee have requested be added in this update. In addition, the Downtown Design Review Committee and our architectural consultant that supports facade renderings such as signage have identified major issues with our sign requirements that are overly stringent for our historic districts. Things like letter height that are really stringent, and we're trying to allow more modern materials and be more flexible with signage. The image on the top left of the screen is an example where the two signs meet the sign ordinance requirements today in terms of sign area. However, they do not, the one on the left is oversized in terms of the letter height, and so it would not be permissible, but we would allow that if you were to adopt these new sign regulations under this proposed B1 changes. We also currently do not allow grand opening signs in the downtown or any freestanding signs, although those were previously allowed and many are grandfathered throughout the downtown. So we are creating a framework to allow these signs in our downtown subject to specific requirements that are outlined in the ordinance. We've also addressed common complaints, one of those being transparency requirements into storefront windows. So the image on the bottom of the screen was a very common complaint that we received over the last year and even before that. And this new ordinance would help us to create a framework for some aesthetic improvements and allow that if someone's working on a building, they could have brown paper up in the windows, but they couldn't use trash bags or shower curtains or whatever this particular property was using to hide what was inside. We also, our current ordinance requires incandescent lighting. The new ordinance would allow the more modern LED lights that would be of the same incandescent color temperature. We've also added a number of design standards. I won't go into all of these, but if you'd like me to come back and explain them further, I'm happy to. Changes in the Tourist Historic District were more limited. We have eliminated conflicting and unenforceable text in the ordinance, some things that were just difficult to administer because staff lacked the information or there was conflicting information on setbacks for accessory structures and corner lots. We've also eliminated language related to minor and major violations that was vague and created challenges for enforcement. And then we've added options for administrative review of minor actions in order to help with, really to help with compliance. The ARB has adopted, if in advance of this ordinance, they have approved a color palette selections that staff would be able to use. These are historic color palette options available from readily known paint suppliers, including a local Hopewell business that staff would be able to approve over the counter with the option to take more interesting, I will say, paint color schemes to the ARB if we had any concerns. Article 1 definitions, because we were adding some definitions to support economic development to the B1 zoning district, we also needed to add them to our definitions section, so those are here. We do have a website where all the historic district information lives, and so this information is readily available on the city's website in terms of the requirements, application forms, et cetera. And with that, both staff and planning commission do recommend approval of this ordinance, and would like to schedule the public hearing and second reading on March 26th. With that, I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Counselor Joyner?
Yes, I would just like to thank Kelly and Chris for working on this. Chris alluded to this early on in that we are really the only municipality in the Commonwealth that has single architectural review boards, overseeing these separate districts. As a matter of fact, we've been striving to get certified local government status for a number of years. And one of the things that they immediately was a red flag on our application was like, why do you have separate commissions overseeing separate districts? So this brings us into compliance. This really, this is best practices. And I know it has been a lot of hard work, but I really appreciate it. And I think long-term, it's going to pay huge dividends.
Before we entertain any other comments, is there a motion?
Can we vote?
We are not asking for approval tonight. We will ask for a public hearing.
I forgot you asked for, I thought you said for first readings what you were looking for tonight.
That's what it says.
We're not asking approval on first reading. For the zoning ordinance amendment, we need to set the public hearing. So if
I
there,
thought you said earlier when you opened up that
You can,
No, it's fine.
according to the charter, if I may, you can according to the charter, but because this is a zoning amendment, it's governed a little bit differently. They have advertising requirements under the state code that they must meet before you can act on it.
Okay. I thought the goal was first reading, public hearing, second reading.
For everything but zoning.
My bad.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, everything else, but I thought we could do some. I'm not trying to push your process. I thought that you guys were trying to get something done tonight because you've been talking about needing to have these updates. So I was trying to, get you there.
Right, get you
You
there.
know what? Hey, even better. All right, Counselor Pelham. Counselor Denton, I'm sorry.
Will the people that have the pink house, the little cute house on the corner, have to paint their house over?
no homes will be required to paint to a different color scheme under this. So anything that exists today that's not in compliance with these new ordinances that were legally done, so if they received legal approvals and they follow the proper channels, all of that will continue and will be grandfathered, whether it's existing paint colors or or existing signs, everything will continue.
I like that little house.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Counselor Denton.
I just wanted to ask a question. I had a lot, because when I looked at this packet and saw how big this one item was, I panicked, because I thought, we don't get these packets until Saturday, and we got a meeting Tuesday night, and I want you to know I have read all of this to get ready for tonight. But I was put to ease and by some of the staff, and I appreciate that. It wasn't nearly as complicated as I thought it was going to be. I was getting calls from not too many people because I'm in Ward 5. So I don't deal a lot with the downtown or the historic area. But there were some businesses that were concerned that these changes, they would have to be implemented or they would be in violation of the code. But I understand that this is from this point on. It does not go back. And I want the people that I know are listening tonight to know that these changes will start forward. The signage, the different things that have come out of this. I I guess you all would be disappointed if I didn't say, when I was reading it, I noticed it said the apartments were gonna be changed from 900 square feet to 700 square feet. And I don't know if these are all in stone yet, but 700 square feet is not much room. And I cannot see how you would do that. But I'm glad to know that there will be a public hearing at the next meeting, March 26th, right? And that if these folks are still concerned, that they can come here that night and ask questions. But I think it's a good thing, and I appreciate all the work. When I looked at this, and I went, oh my gosh, how long did it take you all to do this? I applaud you. It was a lot of work.
Thank you. I will just add in response to your comment about the citizens, we did host a community meeting in the B1 district, given the amount of changes to signage. That occurred in September, and we did have some local business owners attend. And from that, we did make additional changes in part to address some of the concerns that we heard with regard to signage in particular.
Signage, okay.
In addition, on the apartment, if square footage size, that actually came at the recommendation of the Director of Economic Development to respond to market conditions and kind of the current construction around commercial real estate and apartment dwellings in the region.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, there's no lights, so I'm passing the gavel. I support this. I was on the Architecture Review Board before I ran for council, and I served with Councilor Joyner on there. So I'm definitely excited about this, hence the effort to try to get something passed tonight. But in general, I know this is going to take away DDRC, and so we have to remember that if and when this is passed, we're going to have to update our TBR again, but then also issue notification letters to those current members in regards to their service, because there will be no board. And then also, shout out to the clerk's office for getting this packet out to us on Thursday.
Yeah,
it's a really big packet, and making sure you got to sit timely. The other thing I would say is for Director Ward, perhaps you can also answer this as well. There's a comment, it says modifies used for active economic development prospects. What kind of changes are there? Because I talked to Director Bennett, and I was talking about business creation, because I have something I want to put onto council's agenda for consideration in regards to business startups. And he said that there's, issues that he often runs into. He said he talks to you about them often, about the zoning being antiquated, so he's losing some prospects. So when this modification, does that allow for there to be wiggle room? What does that really mean?
So this ordinance update is really a stopgap measure. The city needs a comprehensive zoning ordinance update, and there is a consultant document available on the city's website that really outlines some of that. The problem with our zoning ordinance is that it's not adaptable or flexible for modern day uses. A lot of people have innovative ideas today, and our ordinance is very specific as to what the specific items a store may sell in order to be allowed into the B1 district, or the specific services that may be offered, versus a modern ordinance is going to cover retail stores of a certain style, or personal services of a certain type. This specific ordinance update adds a few new uses, one being artisan workshop.
So that's what you're
to
saying.
cover
The additional use, I'm going to cut you off.
Yes.
The additional uses is what adds for the economic development part.
Yes, exactly. So assembly hall, artisan workshop, home furnishing store, these are uses that are not currently in the ordinance today, but we're suggesting be added.
Okay, so that was the clarity I'm looking for, but then now I have an ask for city attorney and for Director Ward. Again, going back to the points I was saying from Director Bennett in regard to some of the issues that he struggles with dealing with prospective businesses, I know they can't go around the law, and we have issues where they can come back and get request from council to make amendments or waivers. But is there something that we can do in like another stopgap for when these other issues are coming up around the city for staff to be able to come to council when they have a prospective candidate for a business that does not fit the criteria? Because he's said that it's happened quite often to where he feels like it's a hindrance. And I said I was going to look into it, but it's the perfect opportunity to bring it up. Is there a way that maybe Director Ford and Mr. Bennett can get together with you to see, because he does need to violate the law, and that's part of the issue when he comes with ideas, because it doesn't fit. But we also need to, by the time they do a comprehensive.
Are they uses?
Yeah, I think so, but by the time they do, example what she just gave right now, the artisan, right? But by the time we get to doing a whole comprehensive update, which we have approved, it's gonna keep slipping, business is gonna keep slipping, so what can we do in the intermediate?
Well, I don't know if you wanted to go, Chris, but the first thing that comes to my mind is maybe a variance with regard to whatever the specific part of the zoning amendment can be altered for this particular business who wants to come in. I think Kelly pointed to like signage. Some businesses aren't attracted to smaller signs. They don't feel like they'll get the customer base that they want. So if a variance would allow them to have a bigger sign and that's more attractive to them, that might be an option. That's the first
But
thing
he's
that comes
saying
to
that,
my mind.
like, if I'm understanding correctly, you can speak as well. From what I got from the conversation, he's saying, like, let's say prospective business wants to go in this particular zone, and the way it's written, they won't qualify. And so he's saying, like, it's old, just like she was saying with the artisan. So I was saying, is there a way that he doesn't say, like, oh, the code is not updated, we gotta get council to change it, we gotta wait for him to change it, versus there being something in to fill in the gap until we do a
To allow them
comprehensive
in.
overhaul?
The only thing that comes to mind immediately, that would be a stopgap measure until we can get our ordinance
Rewritten.
fully updated and rewritten, which that gives me the opportunity to plug that, please, in our CIP. There's one potential way we could potentially do that, and that would be to maybe address the definitions article and expand some of our definitions. They're if you look at it now, quite a few of our definitions are very specific. You have to do X, Y, and Z in order to meet that definition. We just had an example, I think it was today or yesterday, about, what was it? The fragrances. Yeah, essentially a retail store for fragrances. We don't have that in our ordinance. And so the answer was, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's a retail operation. They're not, they're selling a legal product. That should be in our ordinance as a generic term, retail operation. It's not. We had to turn them down. Kelly had to ask them, or Ms. Davis had to ask, would you consider selling these other particular items, because that's in the definition and we can approve you under that way. It makes it really, really tricky. A stopgap until we can get the ordinance redone is potentially, and this wouldn't apply to all definitions, but some, we could potentially update that section to broaden these definitions.
Can I ask for you to work with the city attorney on that? And I want to be in on that conversation after you guys make recommendations. I really would like to put that on the agenda to try to address.
You can't think of every.
Yes, absolutely. That will take some time as well, like any ordinance update. But I don't know. Did you have any other suggestions of maybe a stopgap way to deal with the problem?
So my experience is in zoning ordinance development for localities in Virginia. So that's been my experience through my career. In this case, Hopewell's zoning ordinance is one of the worst that I have seen. And I think that it will take more than just definitions, because those definitions will then have to translate to each zoning ordinance article. But I could see taking a phased approach where we do address uses and definitions in phase 1 to be more expansive, as I mentioned previously.
I just don't also understand why we can't look at something to where staff does like a confidential memo through legal to come to us, like, here's our recommendation, we have a business, here's the zoning thing, here's our recommendation, et cetera, to figure out something that we can do as our level to provide an override or a waiver, because I'm just saying is that for you to look into it, because
Yes, ma'am.
take that example. If there was a system in place in which you could have done that, we can be like, oh, okay, fragrance, that's great. You like it, we love it. You know what I mean? And then pass it and get the business in place, so that way we don't lose out on that opportunity. And I understand it's going to take time. I don't want you to rush your changes, but there's got to be something that we can do at our level to provide this override. If we're the ones who establish the laws, then we should be able to find a workaround with the laws to give staff the ability to do something. So I think you get what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah,
can
no,
you
I
look
get
into
it.
that
Yeah.
as well? But obviously use your expertise too. I don't want it to be willy-nilly where we just get anything up there. But I do feel like for your expertise, you're the subject, the SME is my job called subject matter expertise, to say like, hey, this really should be an appropriate use. We really recommend you guys look at this. I think that should be appropriate. I don't think you should bring us anything and everything, but I feel like you should find the ones that come to you that seem to be of value and really would fit in any other normal circumstance.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Counselor Denton. Sorry, Counselor Joyner.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say that specifically with regard to that fragrance store, that, that's a very trendy, very on-trend sort of retail operation. And I think there was mention that currently in the downtown historic district, you can't put a furniture store. The current regulations say no furniture store. And so these are things that really, I think what Councilor Gore is trying to say is, when that flag goes up and you know that we're doing a dumb thing by saying no, you can't, that then you talk to someone and basically, begin with maybe begin with the city manager or somebody, so that we can then move forward, that we don't turn someone down, particularly if we know we've got a really, really good, somebody out there that's a real possibility. And I know that's asking a lot, because you're trained to follow the ordinance and that kind of thing, but we're in sort of a mucky waters right now. And until we can get a fix, I don't want us to shoot ourselves in the foot by not being able to allow some really good prospect to come into one of those districts.
We really do try to get creative and help to guide each individual business owner to be able to open if they can, if we can get there.
Thank you so much. Y'all are great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you. Great job.
I'm very excited.
Last item is R7, ordinance for the employment of city officials. Madam Attorney. Or Counselor, Madam Attorney and Counselor.
City Council, you have before you a proposed ordinance. It's my understanding that.
Yeah, you gotta speak.
Oh, I'm
in the
sorry. My
mic.
microphone does not pick me up well, sorry. City Council had previously requested research and follow-up on this issue from my predecessor, the previous city attorney. I don't think the drafted ordinance was followed up with City Council. This is my attempt to draft the ordinance in response to the original request. The purpose of the ordinance is to define and govern the relationship and create terms which don't conflict with competing interests or conflicts of interest for folks that are on City Council and are employees. This is the first reading. I did offer City Council the Virginia Code section which applies to this situation, which is 2.2-3107. I will defer to Council's decision as to whether to adopt it, continue it, amend it.
It was my impression that you were going to make a
Right.
Counselor Pelham?
I make a motion to approve the city employment of city officials on the first reading effective March 12, 2024.
Second. Motion is made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Discussion. Counselor Denton and Counselor Joyner.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we, I guess, postpone or table this item until a more appropriate time, I guess. Because we are on this one, the ordinance, right?
What's an appropriate time?
I don't know how we got it on the agenda
I
of
put
the
it on there.
authority, I don't know. But this is March the 12th. And people have started already applying to run for offices in the city. I know packets have been given out. I know there've been some that are seeking petitions. And to do this tonight seems to be an inappropriate time to change anything regarding who can and can't run for city council. This has been going on for quite a few years, and maybe there are some changes, and I'm not going to say down the road, but not during an election year. This is just not right to do it during, people have started, this should have been done on an off year. All last year, we had no elections. If this was a concern, it should have been brought up then. So my motion is that we table this one. I'm not saying get rid of it, just table it till after this election.
Motion dies for lack of a second.
No, I will second that.
I
I'm
said,
sorry.
no, we second.
No,
I
but it's
said
okay. We
second
still
already.
it's okay. You can
Yeah.
second a motion.
Yeah.
But we still have to vote to be able to make a
Yeah,
substitute
yeah.
motion and go through the whole
I
process.
second her.
Oh, you talking about hers?
Yeah.
Oh,
She-
no,
she
no, I
offered
thought you was talking about
an-
second.
Substitute motion.
Yeah.
No, I don't
All
second
right.
that.
So the motion is on the floor to allow Counselor Denton to make a substitute motion. It's been seconded by Counselor Joyner. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes?
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes?
It's a tie, so the motion fails.
this is a tie.
Motion fails. Back to the original motion. Is there any other discussion?
I'd like to say that we put this off probably for 8 years, but I don't know how long it is. But it never was the right time. That's what we always came up with. It's never a right time. It's just something that, as a law-abiding citizen, we just align ourselves with the state law. So if you're a law-abiding citizen, I think you should agree with it. It's nothing personal, it's just something that needs to be done. Nothing personal to me, for me anyway, so.
Counselor Joyner, then Counselor Denton.
Yeah. I think that the timing of the fact that it is an election year does have a bearing on this particular, recommendation. I don't have a problem at all with moving forward with this. I mean, if we wanted to say it's the very first meeting that we have in January of next year, but I think that at least those expectations are clear and people understand where we're going on that. I can appreciate the frustration if it's been something that's been, out there for 7 or 8 years, but I do have some concerns about the fact that the election process has really already started for a lot of people.
What are the
And so that's
concerns?
why
What are the concerns?
It's okay.
would be
No, I just
out
wanted
there.
to know her concerns. She said she had concerns.
I'm sorry?
I was
Councilor Hawley
asking,
said, what
could
are
you
your
clarify what your
concerns?
concerns were?
Well, the fact that there are people that I happen to know that are city employees that, have already filed their paperwork, with thinking that they were eligible to run.
So,
They haven't-
so for clarification, you think that this is appropriate, ordinance,
When there
but
is-
you think
when-
it's
when there- when
inappropriate
there
for
is-
them to still
When there is
run?
time, when people understand the expectation, that they haven't gone out and made plans or whatever, thinking that they're eligible to run, and then they find out suddenly that they're unable to. But, that's kind of where I'm at on it. But,
But no one's certified, no one on the ballot, no one.
Certified.
I think someone,
On the state board, not on the state,
You don't do certifications till June.
I mean, but I'm saying if you had qualified, your name would be on the.
right,
on the
might
state.
have not have qualified, but they're out there getting signatures and that sort of thing.
Well, I mean,
All right,
I think
Counselor-
everybody that ran before probably knew.
Counselor Denton and Counselor Holloway.
Okay. If anybody read the ordinance, there are quite a few things that there are questions about. And I think that before we do anything this drastic, that we have at least a work session to discuss it.
Drastic.
Such as, whereas the City of Hopewell's Charter, Chapter 3, Section 3, there is none. I've tried to find it. There is nothing about an election. City Council's authority to adopt and amend the City Human Resources Manual. Yes, we can certainly, as a council, amend or change or whatever to the Human Resources Manual. But in this, and I'm pretty sure in this ordinance, it mentions the Virginia Code, the Hopewell Charter, and yes, the human. In what?
In the charter. That's what's referenced.
Well, they couldn't find it in.
I don't mean that.
All right, I believe because you are changing, you're changing things in the Virginia Code and our charter, that this will require to go before the General Assembly to be changed.
You're not changing it.
I think legally, this should be done. If we're going to change our charter, we're going to change the stipulations in the code. We need to go before the General Assembly. Some years ago, and my two counselor friends here on both sides of me will remember,
I'd like to call for the vote.
City Council.
Motion's been made to call for the vote.
It was because.
Counselor Denton, a motion's been made to call for the vote.
Do what?
Motion's been made to call for the votes. Call for the vote.
I'm talking.
There was a motion made to call for the vote.
You're not gonna let me finish.
I said there's a motion made to call for the vote.
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am. The motion to call for the vote is superior to the rest of your commentary, ma'am, Councilor Denton. So, Madam Vice Chair Madam Vice Mayor is correct in that the motion to call for the vote requires an immediate response.
So I cannot.
We have to vote for a call for the vote. That's
Yes,
what I'm
ma'am.
saying.
All
You
right,
have to
y'all
acknowledge
call
it.
for the vote.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think you're legally wrong.
Okay,
Okay,
so there's a
thank
call
you.
for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
We can't hear you. What you said?
No. He said no.
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 Okay.
So it didn't pass.
motion fails as a tie.
Okay, Counselor Denton, you have the remaining time to speak, and then Counselor Holloway.
Yes, ma'am.
Time.
Yes, you finish talking.
So it didn't pass.
Wait, it's
You can talk, you can finish talking.
No, I'm done. Y'all voted.
But I still gave you the floor back to say
Oh,
that.
thank you, after we voted.
It's not, there was a motion on the floor, I'm just following the procedures, there's no need to get smart with me.
I know you.
I mean, I don't know what this hostility is for, I just said you have the floor back.
You go right ahead.
All right, Counselor Holloway. My goodness.
I don't,
I make a motion
I
to
don't-
meeting be adjourned.
I don't
Point of
see-
order.
and object.
Scared, say you're scared.
I'm object.
Oh, shut up.
Never.
Yeah,
How do you?
I don't know if that was a
Go ahead,
threat or not,
Counsel.
but
I don't
I like
know,
to,
but
can you
go
put that
ahead.
on record?
That should not be allowed.
But listen,
Huh?
scared ain't got anything to do with this. This is not my year to be elected, so this ain't got nothing to do with no being scared. This all has to do with, it doesn't make sense. If an elected official is elected, they are the city manager's boss. Would my daughter say, period, poo? Like, why are you gonna have an elected official as the city manager's boss?
Okay, and again, point of orders go through the
Point
chair,
of
so
order.
what's your point of
Yes,
order?
ma'am.
My
Well,
point
actually,
order
point of orders
is
go through the
that
chair.
There
Where's the
was a
point of order?
motion, we discussed it, you called for the question, and we voted. So why are we still discussing?
Because
The vote that we
died,
called
and so
for
I gave
was-
you back the floor, you didn't want the floor, and then he was next in line.
Right.
And we actually voted to continue through the regular agenda when we
So
first
you're
came out.
still gonna talk about this?
You had the floor, and then he had, you
Ms.
didn't want it.
Denton, Ms. Denton, Counselor Denton, if I can help you, the vote was
Please,
a call for the question. That vote died.
Right.
So
and I-
parliamentary procedure requires council to go back to the discussion on the original motion, which is, on the original subject matter, which is R7. That's why there's still conversation about it.
And I gave you the floor.
R7 has not been voted on. What was voted on was the
voted
call
on
for the
yet.
question, the call for the vote, I'm sorry.
R7 wasn't voted on, this was the vote for the
Correct.
call
Right,
to the
that's what she's
vote.
saying.
Right.
So, Counselor Holloway, so I want to, before Counselor, before you finish, I also want to know, City Manager and Chief, we make note of that outburst for that resident, so next time.
Yes, I just
that
asked
does
for it
not
to be.
occur
That's
or
out
not
of
be
bounds.
permitted to enter,
And it's gonna get
I'll-
worse.
Not appropriate.
Not at all.
because
Not
it was
at all.
inappropriate.
Anyways,
Yeah.
for citizens' clarification, if an elected official works for the city of Hopewell in any department and then becomes an elected official, becomes a city council person, that means they would be the city manager's boss and work for the city manager. That is definitely a conflict of interest. Because at any time, for example, if I work for the city manager and she feels like she needs to reprimand me for an action, why would she feel comfortable doing so if she also works for me? It just doesn't make any sense. And then furthermore, I guess I'm a little bit stuck at the councilor's statement to say she believes that this is an appropriate ordinance. However, because she knows political parties running for office, and I guess
I don't know those
I-
people.
it seems. No, I thought that's what you were saying. You said you know. By your statement, you said you know people who are already running who work for the city and are running as elected people. So then this makes it more like a political thing instead of what was stated as being right or wrong. But either way, I like to call for this vote.
Okay, call for the vote.
Are you finished?
Call for the vote again?
Yes,
Can I
I'm
make
calling
one
for.
comment?
Yeah, you can make your comment.
But actually, well,
Wait a minute.
just for clarification, where everybody starts panicking, before we do, Counselor January spoke twice. Before we do another round, I did not ask for myself or Counselor Harris to speak. Counselor Joyner did speak, so before we do this next round, Counselor Harris, do you have anything to share?
Yeah, I got something I want to share on this issue right here.
Yes, sir.
What it is that we have is an issue that's a serious issue, right? And what we don't have and never have had is an ordinance dealing with this. We have had individuals that work for the city, cops and other individuals that have worked for the city that's been on the council. And yes, we do need to do something about this. However, I don't think that we should do it without first having some type of work session in regards to how we gonna do it. I don't know right now how we gonna do it based on what it is that I'm reading with the recommendation, because it's not clear to me, and it can't be clear to the public. And I agree that this right here needs to be taken care of. Should have been taken care of. I said that I'm in favor of an ordinance dealing with this. However, the timing is an issue for me in regards to what it is that we are doing now. And I was hoping that our group would table this so we could discuss it a little bit further. But I'm not in favor of just rushing this through tonight. But I am in favor of an ordinance dealing with this issue. That's my statement. And so what it is that, in right now, the way it's going, right, I don't want to kill this issue tonight. I would like for it to go forward. I sure would like to kick this can down the road a little ways because I think it's necessary. I go back further in age than almost everybody except Councilor Denson. And what it is that I've seen is what it is that we've dealt with for years. And the ordinance, the law speaks to the fact of individuals who don't have an ordinance. And there are a lot, I guess, of localities that don't. Think we should. We should have an ordinance. But I don't think we should pass it tonight. I'm done.
All right, pass the gavel because I haven't spoken yet. I do think it's important for public to know that people are zoning in on one portion of this actual ordinance when there's other factors included in this verbiage. The first thing is it prohibits members of employees to have contracts with the city. That is state law, and we're actually in violation of that. So, and council members know we've been in violation of that for a number of years, and to this day have not addressed it, which is why it's included in this. In addition to that, it prohibits members of the city council to work for the city unless it's been a year after office. Again, that is also state code. And the reason why that is also included into this, because we've had a current member of city council apply to be a director of a department. And that person was a finalist and almost got hired to be the director of public works as a member of city council. And the reason why that was almost about to occur, because we didn't have anything on the books. Members of city council know that as well and have not tried to address it. In addition to that, when you run for city council and you serve on a board and commission, you have to resign. Why? Because you can't have conflicts of interest. I just sat here earlier and said I served on the Architecture Review Board. I had to get off of that and the EDA and keep up with Beautiful. Why? Because I'm now a city council member. So, if the same expectations for us to relinquish our conflicts of interest, I don't see any justification to allow a city employee to run for city council and to serve on city council, not run, you can make a run, to serve on city council when the charter says all city employees report to city manager. So by day you will have the city manager, you'll be your city manager, be your boss. By night you'll be city manager's boss. But quite frankly, throughout the day and night is going to be the same because you're going to use your power and influence to be able to dictate city decisions. In addition to that, depending on where this position is with a city employee, with higher level leadership, whether it be a director, someone in accounting, someone in finance, or whatever the case may be, they have to remove themselves for quite a number of votes, not only for their department, but the financial concerns they have, the budget implications, etc. And so I think people need to consider that as well. But the point I'm trying to make here, state law already has these things in place. We don't have it in our own ordinance to say in reverse the same policies that we're held to accountable to be enforced at the local level. In addition to that, the verbiage that was put in here, from my understanding, Madam Attorney, was lifted from other jurisdictions.
Absolutely, it was.
Other jurisdictions who are operating as they should be, the verbiage was lifted from their laws. So I'm also going to say this. We sit here and talk about, oh, Hopewell, 5-alarm fire, fixing finances, fixing all the administration. People talk about the leadership we have, leadership we didn't have, all this other stuff. But yet we keep letting stuff like this continue to happen. It is inappropriate for an employee to have a contract that we all know exists. It's inappropriate to have a city employee be the city manager's boss. It's inappropriate for members of council to be the directors of departments. And then we sit here and wonder, you can call, you want to.
And object.
But we sit here and say that
We
want the city
voted
of
to
Hopewell
extend
to
it.
improve. We sit here
Yes, we
and
did.
say,
Oh, no.
it's
Yes,
okay,
we did.
let her have her outburst. Because truthfully, if you're doing the right thing for the city, there's no reason why someone to be this upset
Yeah.
over what is a
Counselor
clear conflict of interest.
Counselor Denton?
No, Counselor Jordan, it's okay. It's
Yes,
okay.
we did to R7 earlier.
So there's no reason for someone to be
gosh.
this upset unless you're either recruiting staff to run or you have another personal financial interest that we're trying to avoid here.
Yeah, because
the bottom line, this is a clear-cut conflict of interest.
It is.
And people can say whatever they want to say.
Can we call for the
But
vote?
no, we call vote when I'm talking. About everybody else do it, right? We did the vote and it failed.
You've
but it failed.
You've
I-
exceeded the time.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you've succeeded your
No,
time.
I didn't. So again, I guess, good old boy system will try to win again and keep Hopeful in the same way it's always been, and then wonder why we're facing the issues that we're facing now. So I'm just saying, there's no clear reason to not want this
If they're
unless you're trying
emotional-
to recruit people to run that are their friends or keep business lines in their pockets.
Is there motion
We
on the
can
floor?
adjourn if you want to.
You can call
It's not
on
the
it.
vote, call for the vote.
I make a motion that we can be adjourned.
The motion is still on the floor. We have a motion
Call
on the
for the
floor
vote.
first.
No, let's move on this. Let's go ahead and call for the vote on this.
There are motions on the floor.
Do what?
You're
There's
calling
a
for the
motion
vote.
on the floor.
Has
Huh?
there been a second?
Yes.
All right,
and that's
then
what
let's
I'm
call
trying.
for the vote.
If you guys would let me finish doing my job, I can get there. I'm trying to get us back in order, but people are this upset. My goodness.
Right.
My goodness.
Then
And I
I'm-
know you think it's about me, but baby, I won last time. I'm not concerned. So we can go ahead and do the roll call.
Okay.
So we can do that. Go ahead. So,
No,
I mean, back to back to back.
Law abiding
So,
I'd like to talk, I'd like to.
Madam Clerk, does anyone else have a comment? We have roll call. Anyone else?
I'd like to make a comment.
I thought we asked for a vote. I thought you asked
Yeah, I
for a
actually
roll
call for a vote.
Vice Mayor Gore,
You got your speech,
Yes.
but I didn't get mine.
You did.
Councilor Denton,
She had a whole outburst. I mean, you're violating our council rules of decorum anyways.
Did
Pause.
you just vote no?
She is violating our council. You can point of order all
She just
day.
voted yes.
Hold on. To be clear, we have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
I have been trying to be cordial with this whole thing, but we are violating the rules of the quorum. The outbursts, the getting up, walking to stab, all this is unnecessary. If you don't want to support it, don't support it. You said how you feel. I made sure you had opportunity to speak, and that's fine.
Amen.
That's fine.
Anything.
And but you do because you're acting out of order. And again, why are you so upset?
I'm sorry.
I mean, my goodness.
Who do you think
So,
you are?
Jasmine D. Gore. So go ahead with your roll call. Continue, please.
Your roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Denton,
No.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes. Ridiculous.
Councilor Holloway,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Joyner,
No.
Councilor Harris,
No.
It does.
I make
Motion
a motion
fails.
the meeting be adjourned.
3-3.
The motion
No.
already, the meeting already ended. You made a motion to go through all the art items. You guys have a great night. Meeting ended.
It's adjourned. Yeah. Adjourned.
It is adjourned.
Adjourned.